Okay. Well, hello. No music today, although it won't show up in the video, so if you're watching the VOD, it doesn't matter. But no music today because I can't figure out why it's working. And I'm not arguing any further. I'd rather do some sewing. I didn't stream yesterday because right as I was saying up, we lost power. Like the whole house just went boop down and was like, what the heck? Came back, reset the poor stove who was screaming about having lost time. And then right as I was getting ready to stream again, everything dimmed. I didn't lose power, but I definitely wasn't feeling great. And I didn't really want to have all my technology turned on for that. That was just no thanks. So I ended up having my machine off for most of the day. The electricity was fine after that, but decided against running any of the machines, just finished up all the hand sewing that I'd been putting off. So I got that. But now I do want to go back and work on the owlbear and hornets that I was going to do yesterday and ended up not doing. So that's going to be my thing today. Let go. Brown thread. We do just this one little bit. Okay, so I have to refill that real soon. That's not bad. Good. Okay. Starting with the owlbear because I need one of these for sure to go with the baby. I already have the one hornet, so if I don't get the other ones done in the next 1 week from now, it'll be fine. Um, but I do need an owlbear because I don't have an extra owlbear. Okay, these all need stitches around the edges, so I might do them first. That way I can get them cut out. This needs stitches around the edges because it's a flat piece as well. There's the head. These just need to be folded in half and stitched. That's a dart that needs to be stitched. I guess I could get that dart in as well. That dart comes after the face is on. That dart comes after the face on. This needs sewed in half. That goes to the face. This is after the arms are sewn together. It goes into the belly. That dart sewn. Okay. So I'm going to do all these guys first just because they're the flat pieces, the just two pieces that need to be sewn flat together. And we are starting the owlbear timer. And I'm going over to failed to load mod. Thank you. Exactly what I like. Okay. Drop those down there. Email. Not interesting. Telling me to go buy fabric, but they didn't give me a coupon, so I will not. Okay. these guys here, because I'm doing this flat, I don't need a 1/4 inch. I need to see what I'm doing. So I'm using open toe foot. There's just no plastic or metal right in the front so I can see the stitches as I'm making them. Short little stitches. Gonna make it go pretty quick. Don't need that pin. Slightly long stitch. Needle down so it will end in the fabric. Okay. Ah, not cutting a thread today either. Cool. Yes, I love when we're off to a bad start. And this one, I already have a line, but I want to be sewing right inside of that line. What do you like? You gonna stitch? Okay, I want to be sewing right inside that line to like fully secure it. Because that line is just embroidery thread, which is decorative. It's not really meant to hold things together. So those stitches, if I were to use and flip, yeah, running along bobbin thread, we're gonna finish this line. Um, those stitches, if I were to flip this piece and use them, would they're visible or they would break because that thread is not pretty, but it's not. Or did you get before you ran out? Not quite all the way. Okay, ran out a little bit more of that. For this, I do actually put on metal foot to thread the new bobbin because this thread is going to be running up the side of the foot to the bobbin where it fills it on the little spindle. And I want to ensure that it's not going to wear through the plastic of my foot because these little shits are super expensive. Tiny snip. There's my new full bobbin. And now I can select foot. Now we can go back to where we were. Are you gonna cut your thread? Maybe. A little bit farther, so I'm gonna shift it back. Okay. More, two more. Yeah, you definitely didn't cut that. I heard that one. Okay. Probably little beak over there too. The beak is going to be the same color as the accents on these feathers. I think that'll be really nice. It'll tie the whole face together. The baby owl bear, the apart from the rest of the body, the mom will have a matte beak. I don't think I went down that little. I can do that little down edge there just because it gives a little edge where I'll be stitching the tail onto the body. There's a little less raw edges right when I'm going around the curve of the tail. That's almost made it to the table. Cool. Okay, these four. Ooh, that one I need to flip over because part of this string did not actually embroider on it, so I can't see exactly where the line is. I'm gonna have to flip it over and use the holes in the stabilizer to figure out where that line should be. Got your tail there. We don't want that. that one. I'll go back. Forward. Okay. More. Okay, that's what I did all three now. Just this one, that little back section. I think I'm gonna start here and then I'll do most of it and then I'll connect down the back side. Then I need to flip and do this other side. But then now, that'll be all the flat bits flattened. Again, you're not cutting your thread. Arr. Okay, that's on my flat dudes. All of these get hand sewn on, so I won't need them until later. These all need to be stitched, the darts. Oh, this, the top section, needs to be sewn together, so I could do that as well. Can't do the darts, but I can do that top section. Do I have? I don't have any good pieces of stabilizer that I can cut off of those. So I'm gonna just get a piece from my storage bits. There we go. Instead of doing the open toe foot, I want the 1/4 inch foot because that helps me with my seam allowance. Keeps Bernard from eating the fabric as much. That's just the top center part of the owl's face. The actual face goes on in the middle there. Dots are so hard to. I probably should have used a silver Sharpie. Just so I know where I'm aiming at. Go. That's the butt. For the arms, I need to remember to leave a gap. I'm gonna leave it to about here. So that will be where I stuff the. Yeah, that's probably fine. This one here. Right there. There we go. This one I'm actually going to set aside because as soon as I get this dart done, I can actually stitch the back of the head together. Dot. So those are the sides of the head that are going to attach to the front of the face. Those darts will line up with the darts on, where'd the face go? With these darts right here. So the center back of the head is right here. This other side. And I'm leaving a gap in the back of the head as well. Slightly large one because I have to stuff the entire body through this hole. So there we go. That'll be the hole that the entire plush body gets stuffed through. Back of the head there. That's the other arm. And then where's the other body with foot? Nope, not that one, this one. Okay. Because these two can get stitched together down the back as well once the start is dot. Here. Okay. The butt. The dart here does get lined. I don't have any pins over here at the sewing table. I'm using yellow ones and I don't run over those. Those ones are like heavy duty pins. They will break things. They're mean, angry pins. Blue ones I run over, even if I run over your pins. Will run over the not run over. I don't have my pokey stick either. Hey pin, you're the pokey stick now. There we go. There's my butt. The back there. Really, I should have pins for this part. Or it should be. I don't think I'm going to sew this one without the pins because I do want to make sure that it lines up along that. So I'm going to take these guys back over to the table. I'll get things pinned up where they're supposed to be over here. There's my blue pins. I want to put the feet on the feet before I stitch them into the belly. But I can put the inner leg bits on the belly or the feet bits are there. And I can take my toes. Where's my center point? There. Line that up with the center point here. And the center here. Here. Okay, I wasn't sure about the size of these paws, but the front paws look like they fit, so that's a good thing. Two more pins. Oh, one little foot. Um, that one. There's my second little paw. Yay, the pob. The pob. Ugh, okay. There we go. Got my two little feety bits. This needs to be pinned to the body so that I can keep it centered and along the curve. And then, so I pinned the very center first, and then I'm going to come to the two edges and pin there. And then after those two are pinned, I will stretch out the fabric in between and pin section. That makes sure that like the stretch of both fabrics is distributed equally through the entire bit. If you just start at one end and go to the other, if one of your pieces is slightly longer than the other, you might end up with too much fabric on one side. So if you start at like middle and edges and then put the middle pins in between the middle and the edges, it just kind of keeps everything equal all the way around. There we go. Head onto the back of the body there. That's going to be the shape and size of the dude. Pretty big. He's nice. The legs onto the belly. And again, I'm going to pin the two edges. This one doesn't have like a very defined middle section, so I'm going to just do the two edges and then find the middle that way. The head and back of the body had that middle seam that I could line up. So that's just very obvious where the middle was. Much so it's just all stretched sitting in. These are also pretty much the same curve, so I'm going to put a couple of pins, not nearly as many as the head. So 5 pins there. Moral. Yes. I'd like to get this done today, which I will for certain. Well, oh no, I won't finish today. I will get all of the machine sewing and everything done that I want to do today. I do need to wash it before I stuff it and sew it together. But I want to get all the machine sewing done today, and I'd like to try and finish all 3 of the Hornets afterwards. That was my goal for yesterday, but yesterday we just kind of lost power randomly right as I was about to stream. And then it came back like within a minute, but it was weird. Everything shut down. And it was like, oh, that's not cool. And then as soon as I was reset up and ready to stream, it did this weird thing where it like everything dimmed. And I was just like, you know, nope, I don't really want that happening to all of my machines and technology. It happened more than one time. So I decided to do hand sewing and non electric things yesterday so I could keep all of my very expensive machines turned off. Yeah, no, it was like under a minute. It was just enough to make everything shut down and restart. Like, why? Why are we doing this? And then my computer was like, BT dubs, if you're having weird shutdowns, you should probably back things up. And it was like, you know what? I probably should. Um, so I haven't done that, but I think I need to transfer all of the patterns and such that I have saved on my computer over to my hard drive because I haven't done that in like 2 months now. Everything I've made recently is only in one place. This is a pretty extreme curve. I'm doing a convex to a concave curve. So I'm going through and I'm snipping just to give it more space because it basically I need to rotate this around to be convex from concave to convex. And so if I open up the little stitches, that little V shape there, it just allows me to fold the fabric even further than the fabric edge wants to. So some little snips. Also, hello, Pick. How are you doing today? You're good. That's good. Starting a science communication class later today, as in you're teaching it or you're taking it? Taking. Okay. That's pretty cool. I'm definitely the kind of person who like benefits from like science communication because I love it like that, but I am also not smart enough to understand all of the big sciencey things and everything that's going on. So if you can dumb it down and give me all the really cool shit in small words, I just like it. Especially astronomy. Like space shit, amazing. I don't understand it. I don't understand the distances of everything. Things be huge, but I absolutely love just everything about space. Cool. One more snippy bits down here. You're communicating science since you've done a few conference presentations. Yeah, certificate and everything. Yeah, verified. Yeah, that's good. Verified, good at talking to dummies. Yes. I love that, like, communicating information is an entire skill set. Like, you can be incredibly smart at things, but if you can't explain those smarts to other people, like, that's a skill that you need to learn. BRB? Okay, I will be here. I will be owl bearing here. Here now, and then back up the curve. Here. Hello, Rogue. How are you doing today? Very tired but can't complain. Okay. Well, I hope you're able to get some rest. There's my face. Okay, I think everybody's pinned, so I can go back over to my sewing machine with these guys. I didn't end up streaming yesterday like I had wanted to because I lost power. So I'm doing yesterday's work today, and I did this weekend's work yesterday. So I got all of the hand sewing to finish up the bats and things that, like the manatees, faces are back together and hand stitched now, which means I don't have to do that over the weekend. Uh, Probably won't be streaming, but I am contemplating actually streaming Monday just because I do have the Granite State Comic Con coming up next weekend, not tomorrow weekend, next weekend after that, and I really want to make sure everything's done in time. One of the things I need to make are frogs, and the reason I've been putting off frogs is I don't like the way they're I don't like the way their feet attach because it's just so much work. So I've been pokey stick. I've been putting off the frogs for, but I think I came up with a cool way to actually like redo the legs and still make them look like frog legs. But this should be easier to attach the legs to my frogs. So I'm thinking on Sunday I might have a all frogs all the time type where I'm just making frogs the whole day through. Clean up, but we don't need bumbles. Don't do that. That's uncool. I'm gonna take this out and make sure that I didn't pinch any of the thread or the fabric. Did a little bit. Okay, we're gonna flip you over. It was a really weird power outage yesterday. It was like right as I got everything set up to stream, it just dropped. Like we lost power for like, I don't know, less than a minute. Just enough time for me to complain. And then everything like came back on and it was like, why? And I didn't see anything on like the local social medias, whatever, for the city. So I have no idea what caused it or if it was just our house. It was just annoying enough. And so Bernard here, I had him turned on. Oh, stop, let go of that. Don't eat the pins. Had him all turned on, and when he restarted, he was not happy to have shut down. So his like startup sequence, he just kind of froze in it. No, I didn't want to cut that. Just be chill. That's what I want. Okay. So he like froze in his startup sequence, and I had to like turn him off and back on again, which was fine. He started up, but then we had like this power just kind of everything dimmed. It didn't go out, but everything got real dim again. It was like, nope, I'm not risking doing anything with my very expensive electronics yesterday. The rest of the day was fine, but probably just because I decided I wasn't going to be streaming. Like, had I decided this would have just been wonky all day. Because that's how things work. Technology knows. Okay, there is my owlbear face. Good. Now I can do my darts and that bottom seam. Finish up that. Welcome back, pick. Dart. There we go. So my goal today is to finish up all the owl bears and attempt to finish all 3 of the hornets. At least to the point where they are empty, unstuffed, ready to be washed, because they do take at least an overnight to wash them and then them. Very, very rare that I can actually finish a plushie like one day contiguous, just because I have to wash out any bits of ink that I've drawn on. So even if they take me less than like a full 8-hour workday, most things 2-day turnaround. Go, and then the bottom. This seam I am at put a pin right there because I want these two to line properly. Yes. stabilizer underneath there. Stick to flatten that down in. Where's my dot? Dot's right there. Oh. Okay. There's the face with a little bit of stabilizer stuck inside. We don't need that. The face. Yay. With that leggy bits, a little bit of stabilizer underneath the beginning part there. I do not have a dice or that I think that's how you pronounce it. I don't know how to pronounce it because there is not one anywhere near me. I've looked because someone online said they also sell a very soft mochi minky, mochi stuffing, not minky, a mochi stuffing that I wanted to try out. There is not anyone near me. So we don't have very many fun fabricy stores that I could go and get things from. My one supply store was basically Joann Fabrics. Now they are gone. So most of my supplies are now having to go online for them. I do have a little local quilt shop that they also have like embroidery supplies, which is nice because now I can get my embroidery thread from them, meaning I can actually check the colors in person before I buy them. Because Michaels has thread, but it's just sewing thread, not the decorative stuff. And so I spent an entire day driving around like to every store within hours distance of me trying to figure out which stores sold which supplies, like which little local craft stores I could go to. And there's like one uh like quilting type store that they do have some embroidery supplies. So it's like, okay, I can get my embroidery thread from them, my decorative threads, yay. All the other ones were like, no, we have like thread for quilts, but not for embroidery. Not even like there's a store that offers embroidery services, like 10 minutes from maybe a little longer, but very, very close. The closest one. They do embroidery like on request. That's something that they sell. What are you folding under? Don't fold it. Bad. Okay, I'm gonna have to check that section. And they still don't sell the embroidery thread. Like you have it, you use it, and you don't sell it. So distressing. Also, hello, Betsy. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well today. Okay, nothing folded over, so we're all good. We got the foots. Very nice. I flip that. Yeah, I've heard Wawak for Sewing Notion. I haven't actually ordered from them yet because I was able to stock up on basically everything I'm going to for a while. Closed down completely. So I haven't needed to buy anything yet. Um, but I have heard of them. I've looked at their website and they do have a lot of stuff. So that will be a thing. The foot. I like the color I picked for that. That looks nice. That's a good color. Fits with colors there. That gets tossed back up on the table because I need. Actually, this is done too. That face go. All of these get go onto the top of the body, and the top of the body needs to get the little feet pushed in between. Yeah. I am almost done with this Owlbear machine. Hold on. And I was pinning at the top fabric. Dark brown leg fabric was rolling, so I pinned it to prevent that from rolling. But now that I'm actually wants to roll, fabric is contrary. And that looks good. Oops, I caught the edge right there a little bit. Still all sealed though, so it's fine. There's the other little foot with a little bit of the stabilizer in there. I just have to put that away. I want to pull the minky out. Ah, there's my foot. That's my secondary foot. Put over there. There you go. Woo. Okay, so that's the entire back of the bear with this little board. That is done. The little arms go into the belly. The top goes on the belly. The After that is done, the face goes on the belly. Then the face and body get stitched together, and then the very last step will be putting the back feet on to the front and back combined. So almost there. Let me pin you. Where's your center line? Right. Woo! Pin? No! Where'd you go? We don't need a pin falling on the ground. That's uncool. Yes, Squishmallows have mochi stuffing inside. So if you really need it, you can buy one of them and then cannibalize them. The best mochi stuffing that I've found is from Hoppen, Hopen, Hopen textiles. Uh, you can order it online, but they got a lot more expensive because of like the whole Trump shit happening. They raised their prices by a lot, like just not even just to cover tariffs, like, the price went up. So, now it's incredibly expensive to get it. And I've been just kind of working off what I have. Uh, Polyfill makes a silky polyfill that is decent. It's not great, but it is a silky fill, or it's like a mochi. The quality of it is really hit or miss, though. Yes, I have sacrificed one Squishmallow so far. I needed the mochi for it for a project, and I didn't have time to wait for things to arrive in the mail. So I sacrificed a Squishmallow. It was a frog, I think. They're weird shapes. It was a green dude that I think was a frog. His sacrifice was appreciated. Ah, stab. I think once you factor in shipping and Trump's bullshit, the Squishmallows are actually cheaper right now. But I have a whole bunch of the Silky Polyfill, so I haven't needed to buy. Like, I got 10 pounds of the silky stuff when Joann's was going out of business. So I'm set for a while. That's going to be like 15 plushies there that I can fill with Silky Fill before I need more. So I haven't checked the actual price per weight again. But a while back, because I got my full spreadsheet where I put in the price plus shipping and then price per gram or ounce or both of them because metric and imperial. But Squishmallows were originally more expensive per gram than buying it from AliExpress. I think now it is comparable, if not Squishmallows being cheaper. People turn Squishmallows into purses? That's amazing. I had not known that. I love that. I've seen where people will take stuffed animals and like cut open their back seams and then like put a pocket inside and like turn them into like that. I didn't know they did that to Squishmallows and I love it. Okay, that goes together. I need to stitch this before I can stitch this. Okay, so I'll do that and be right back. And then I can attach the face and then the two. I'm going to estimate another half hour to finish this guy. Oops, clipped the pin there. That was definitely metal on metal sound. Oops. And that's why you don't run over your pins. Not bent though. Cool, you're fine. There we go. And just to make sure both of the feet are facing the right direction, I didn't sew either of them on backward. Yay. Feet, little feet. Hello, Jet. Welcome in. Oh, and thank you for the follow. Now I can do face, the foot, and I'm pinning the center first and then going to the two sides. And then stretching these little bits to match. I did make the footprint, although not entirely. I went to Google, typed in footprint emoji or something like that, found a nice black and white picture of the footprint, copied it into Wilcom Hatch, which is the program I use to digitize things, and then created a footprint. Traced it, basically. So this is some random foot off of a Google search. But I did actually convert it myself. This isn't like a file that I purchased. I made it. Stolen art. I think it was an emoji. Or maybe I did clip art. Either way, I picked a nice generic black and white paw print and I just copied it. Okay. Face is on the body. That gets stitched up. Here. What? You're being weird. There we go. Face is onto the belly. A lot on the to-do list. Well, to be fair, most of these are already half done. So I worked on them before today. So I'm mostly just finishing up my to-do list today. This lady. Oh no! My timer died. So sad. I'm gonna have to use the time on my stream now. Ah, that's what I get for not plugging it in overnight. Um, forgot what I was saying. Oh, I'd made these like 2-ish days ago where I'd done all of the cutting out and everything there. So now it's just basically stitching them together. And then I won't be stuffing them or finishing them up today because they need to be washed, get the marker out of them because like my fingers are already turning gray from just the marker that I used to draw out my lines and my little marks, like my darts and everything. So I don't want that bleeding out into the fabric after I sell and send this on to its new home. So I need to wash it, and the washing happens before the stuffing. Otherwise, the stuffing just gets gross and wet, and if it doesn't dry properly, that's how you get mold. Mold and mildew and all sorts of yuck. So once they are stitched together and flat, they are done for the day. Since my whole little timer is dead, I might as well just go plug that in. Sad. Is dot right there. There, I'm not going to sew this seam here until I get everything else pinned together, stitched down. I do a little bump of the leg last and separately. It just gives me a better looking knee, I think, if I do it as two steps rather than all as two dots. Go right to the seam. There. There. And then same thing, I'm going to go back other side, line there, arm, not get caught in the seam. Don't want to stitch the arm down. That seam needs to line with this dot. Okay. Then the butt, it's aligned with the center of the belly. Little nubbin gets right onto the seam. Goes right here, right on there. Oop, got it pinning. There we go. And the heel pin together. Stretch to make sure that's even. I'm going to pin in the middle. Then in first and third quarter of that. And same on the other side. I'm going to go the heel. Okay. One more in each of these toes because I didn't want that. Oh, I did on the other side, just didn't on that side. Okay. There we go. That entire outside minus the little knees is pinned. I can go stitch around all that. Then I'm going to probably take my snips with me, pin those little guys up, those little knees up, and then come back. And the feets, the back feets here, will be the last section on Mom Owl Bear. And then she'll be done for the. Oh, no, I need to cut her bits out. Cut all these bits out, and then she'll be done for the day. Red snips go away. I don't need you. Doing the base first. Whew. Okay, that was the bottom. I'm going to do this toe first. Pins out of the way. And this foot, stitching down to that dot I made. Back up. Okay. Because that will show where the knee is supposed to begin. Uh, this one have a dot on it. I do have that dot. And then this one, got my dot here. Start at, flatten out that seam underneath, and then start at my dot. Probably should have put 2 more pins. I did not pin any of that top section. I just totally missed that. Not that big of a curve, so it was fine. I'm just bad at pinning. Thick. Help me, Pokey Stick. And probably should have put 2 extra pins in here. Okay, so that is the entire outside edge except for these little tiny knees here. And in order to get them, I'm actually going to open this seam up, snip down towards the dot, snip right here down to the dot. I find this just makes it a lot easier to pin that entire curve. Open it up a bit. There we go. Yeah, because especially right here. Oh, I don't know if it's going to be visible, but there's this entire V shape here that doesn't. It opened itself up in order to line up with this outer leg. So the edges of the V are about that far apart in order to get it to lay nice and flat along that curve. Trying to do that after you stitch it, it's just a lot more work to like fiddle with making sure those fabrics line up and then cutting it open to give it the stretch. So I like cutting it first, back and it just gives it a rounder knee. So one knee. Uh, then guys. Those guys. And that pretty much works the same way whenever you have those deep V cuts in fabric that become like complex shapes. Flip it and finish it. Um, just cutting in those nips to the deep before you stitch is just helpful for cleaning the shape. Then you just need to make sure that your stitches actually line up and connect on both sides of the V. And you don't leave a little gap because then you'll have a tiny little hole and all the stuffing will stick through it. There's the inside out owl bear. Gorgeous. Coming back over to the table, I can put the 2 little feet on and then that'll be done. That will be the end of the owl bear for today. And then the rest of the day, I guess I'm going to work on Hornet. That will probably be the entire day. I don't think I'm going afterwards. But just in case I finish, I will probably start on a frog test with the new leg idea I'm doing. So maybe a frog today. This but is a little big. I might have to downsize this pattern. Take your foot off. Where's your bottom midpoint? Right there? I'm gonna put the bottom on first, I think. Then we'll go back up to the top. The footy bits. The footy bits. Yeah, there's gonna be an extra ridge around here. I think I made this foot about a quarter inch too big all the way around. I probably took the full pattern piece with seam allowance, made the foot embroidery on it, and then added a quarter inch. Why must you? Can we not be friends? Yeah, I don't think I can stretch that foot all the way to the edge, so I've got like a quarter inch all the way around it. Oops. Light brown ridge. Oh well. I will modify the embroidery file for the next owl bear. It won't change anything about the way it looks. It'll just be a slightly smaller circle so that I cut it on the right line. Okay, that's one little footy there. Oh, yes, we don't have noise. Or I don't have noise. I couldn't get Spotify to work this, this morning, so I just gave up on the idea of music today. There we go. Okay, so I'm gonna connect the bottom first. Right here. And then the top toes. boop. I'm gonna have to swap out my pins soon. Not too many left. Okay, 1/2 pinned. Ooh, I forgot the eyeballs. I need to put eyeballs on her. Can't wash her until she has her eyeballs because there's little dots drawn in marker of where her eyeballs go, and if I wash it, I will lose that. I think actually before I go and I stitch up her legs, I will go and put her eyeballs in. I think I've got some nice gold eyeballs for her. If not, I can make the backings. Did get glitter paper. Okay, eyeballs. There you go. Eyeball there. Okay. Oops, I need the backings. These, I think, are the same eye size that I used last time because I've got these slightly smaller ones that I used for the baby. So those were the baby eyeballs. I don't think I used my giant eyes. Because those are just huge. And let me picture. Yeah, I think I used that medium size. Yeah, those eyes are definitely medium ones here. Medium size. Medium size eyeballs for this owlbear. Okay, not my giant ones. I need my pokey stick. Or ooh, actually, I no, these ones I might be able to pokey stick it. Oh, where'd you go? Oh, pokey stick. Eyeballs. Eyeball. There we go. There's a eyeball. Next eyeball. That way I won't forget them and wash it accidentally. Ah, don't stab. Go just front part there. Come on, eyeball. You got this. You got this. Come on. Okay. There we go. Two eyeballs on the inside. Perfect. Time to sew up the two little legs, and then she is done for the day. Then I will get going on the hornets. Hopefully get a lot of that finished up. What? Somebody's doing like road work or something? Oh, who is outside being noisy? Holy shit. Uh, okay. The lawn care people at my apartment are cleaning up everything and they brought out a chainsaw. So they're being real serious. Okay. All good. Boop, boop, boop. The foot. Let me flatten you out. Come on. There we go. We're along the edge there. Oh, I left my pokey stick. There we go. There's one little foot. Very nice. Last foot. And there we go. There's the final foot. Get all those pins out. Okay, back to the table. Owl bear. Okay. Whoops, your legs are inside out. Oop. The foot. Some little pobs. Some tobies. The pobs. Okay, there she is. A little bit bare. She doesn't really look like an owl right now. She doesn't look like much of a bear either, but she will be once she gets all of her little feathers and her beak. But she's now at the point that that needs to be washed out, and I need to cut out all of her bits. Move those guys away. Where are my scissors? Actually, with a rotary cutter, if I can figure out where I put the tool. There we go. All good there. So I'm going to just do my major cutting, I think, with the rotary wheel, and then I will go back and do inside the little feathery bits with the scissors. Whoop. I need to snip a little bit further into these because I do want these to be very nice, sharp, crisp corners. There, there, and right there. Okay. This is going to be her tail. Okay. Let me flip her little stab out those points. They're going to be nice and well defined. No holes along the seams. There you go. There's her tail. Ta-da! Tail. Trash. This is her ear bits. And her arm bit. A little extra. Didn't cut that off there. Go those 2 bits. Toss all that. That's garbage as well. That I might be able to cut some bits out of. Extra pile. Oop. There we go. Okay, there is the 4 little bits. Only one left is the ruff. Okay, let me flip these guys, check them. He's so close to done. There's an ear. There's another ear. Here's an arm. Whoop, whoop, wrong side. Good there. There's an arm bit. I think they go this way. Yes, they go this way. There we go. That will be her little arm feather bits. Oops, let me just move her over there. Then she'll have her little ear feather bits right there. Her little tail on the underside. Whoops, metal dude. Let's and ruff. Where did her beak go? What did I do with her beak? What the heck? What? There it is. Found it. Fell on the ground. Okay, beak. It'll be beakless. Poor lady. I think at that point she just becomes a bear. Like the beak is the part that makes the owl bear. Okay, the ruff. You good? And cut around those. Get rid of that extra little bit, and then snip up into there. Okay. I think, oh no, did I not get up into that one? Did, okay. That should be everything I need to snip and flip her ruff. Oh no, I didn't take that. Oh no, oh, that was just the. Wait. Where did. Ah, no, I just didn't cut that right. Okay. I just got a little extra fabric there that I can cut off. That gives me the right shape. Let's get rid of the paper along the edges. Okay, flipping that, which it flips through the two edges, like the very ends. So I have to flip it the entire way here. Boop. And then I can poke those a little bit there. Ooh. Have those bits out there. Center of the ruff. I go the other side to stab out the other side. Okay, there we go. And that will cover over the front little section of her legs. Beak. And just cut around that. Her beak actually does not need to be washed, so her beak is the one thing that is done right now. Hell yeah. We have an owl bear. Woo! And some fluff. There she is in all of her flat glory. Hoot growl! Hoot growl indeed! She is done, ready to be washed out, and then I will probably stuff her and finish her up tomorrow, which I won't be streaming tomorrow just because I'm going out and doing other shits. Gotta drop off some plushies and things like that. So I will not be streaming tomorrow. I might stream on Sunday though. So she'll be finished up off stream, just hand stitched together, I think, because I do want to get her done. Unless I come up with something else to do between now and tomorrow that I can do tomorrow. Now I'm gonna get started on hornets. All of the hornets is woo. I have her needle as well that is being printed right now. So, but that's gonna take hours to print out. I'm using very thin layers, so it's going to just take a lot of time. Some faces. So I changed up the print for her needle just slightly in that I made the end of it, the sharp pointy tip, I made a little less pointy. Yeah, sha. I made the tip a little bit less pointy, although Fren is the best. Fren, that's so good. So it's not as weak anymore. Like it's not as bendy and weak. So her needle is a little less stabby than it is in the game. Oops. Oops, oops. Just threw some stuff on the ground. I don't need garbage can. Garbage is overrated. Pour that shit on the ground. It's all good. Okay, now clean up my mouth. Those are her faces, which will need to be washed out because there's going to be stabilizer in them. Paper. Spread that off. There's her face. There's another one's face. Having 3 hornets would definitely make the game a lot easier. Go. Okay, I'm thinking I'm going to start with her face first. Just putting her white bits together. That's the back of a head. That's two parts of the back of a head. That's the back of a head. And that's the back of a head. Okay. So here's her heads. Here's her face. Face. Face and one extra little bit of face. We don't need that. I'm going to just throw that over near the cricket. All good. Okay. Pins. Ooh, stay right there. Cookie stick. I can get her faces together. Her face does not get sewn onto the back of her head until the very end. So I sew her. Whew, I sew her entire body together, and then the face is like the last thing that gets attached. But I can at least get the bits together. Ooh, you found all the maps. Ooh. I did not actually I haven't watched any more of the videos, so I'm still uh probably mid game at best watching people play. So I have not seen the ends all. I didn't do anything online yesterday because I kept my computer off and just basically stitched it up and listened to podcasts on my phone. It was a very boring day. Yes, no spoilers on the game. Although I am usually okay with if it's not a game I'm playing myself, I'm eventually going to spoiler myself anyways, just to find all the lore bits um, to the game. But I'm really enjoying watching people play it through, like where they don't know what they're doing, they don't know the lore, and neither do I right now. So no spoilers yet. Let me finish watching these two playthroughs, and then all I'm all ears for spoilers and theories and everything. Uh, I will read the Wikia. Yeah, basically the way I watched Hollow Knight is I had a couple of friends who were playing it, so I watched a playthrough of one of them, and they missed a whole bunch of like lore and bits. And then I watched a second friend who was like, "Oh no, like you missed all this." So she went and she got a lot of it. And then I went and I read the wiki page and like read all the bits and whatever bits the both of them missed, I just went and found like YouTube videos of those specific spots and watched it piecemeal afterwards. And then the people who do like the lore deep dive videos and everything is like, okay, I'll watch those too. But I do like watching the games, just kind of pretending that I'm playing. I don't have the eye hand coordination for games like that. I play like city builder games. I play Beaver City Builder. Like my game of choice right now is Timberborn, and I've been playing that for several hundred hours of game time. And it's basically you build a city, all the buildings, and increase your population and everything, except for their beavers. It's all beavers, and they're adorable. That game is more my speed when it comes to playing. But I like watching people play games, and then I can pretend that I'm actually good at games, and that would be my playthrough as well. It's like, oh yeah, I'm definitely that's exactly how I would play the game. Yeah, I'm totally good. I can platform, sure. There's one little ear. Ear? No, they're not ears. Shell bits, horns. Used to be awful at platforms. Wife got you into Hollow Knight. Still not great. You know what? You're gonna be better than me. Me and jumping, nope. That's an enemy. Aiming at things, nope. I am doing a lot of pins around this because this is again one of those convex to concave curves, so I really want to make sure that they are fully attached. Imagine doing Path of Pain and yeah. Well, those videos are fun to watch. I appreciate people who are good at games. And the opposite side, I'm putting pins on the front and back of the fabric just to keep it from rolling. So whichever side the pin goes in, that edge is kind of supported and kept from rolling. So if you go one from the front, one from the back, and alternate all the way down, it just keeps both sides from rolling up and causing problems as you. Whew, I'm on thread. We don't need you. No, none of you are. Whew, not built the same as those people. Yeah. When I go to play games, one of the first things I do is I look and see if they have like a wimpy weak setting. Like what is the easiest possible setting on the game, and can I set the game to that? Because I'm not good at games. I don't have the eye hand coordination, and I play for the fun of like seeing the story, not the challenge of beating the game. So anything that is uh, slightly challenging, I am going to fail at, and it will just frustrate me. So I will watch people play those games, or I will find the games that have the weakest, wimpiest settings, things that I can pause and uh, like slowly react to. Yeah, Silk Song looks like it's really difficult. I don't know if it was real or not because I just glanced at this across Reddit this morning, but they said the newest patch uh made the game slightly easier in that a lot of like the environmental hazards and shit like that only do one mask of damage now, not two. I don't know if that's true or if that was just someone like Silk posting, hopefully. Um, but that would be cool. Make it a little bit easier for people. Those three are pinned. I need to do the. Oh no, wait. The backs here do not get attached together, right? Because I need to do half and half. So these I can actually set aside. I can do the faces now, but then I need to come back and cut out all the black body bit. Oh, which bosses got nerfed? Oh, I need white thread in here, not brown. Morwing and oh, and Sister Splinter. Okay. Morwing though. I don't think I saw anybody who was having trouble with Morwing. I wonder if they'll have other balances coming out. White thread. Pokey stick. Okay. And cushion. Woo, you are going too fast, sir. Slow that down. There's one face. Did I have a dart? I don't remember if I put a dart on her face or not. I'm gonna have to go look at the pattern bits. Hmm. Oh, I hit that pin. There's that one. Faces. That. Okay, and before I go back over and start on the black bits, I need to go find my pattern to see if she's supposed to have a dart in the bottom of her face to like round that out. I forget if I did that or not. Where is face bit? Where are you? Face bit. That's an arm. Back of your face bit. That's your horn. Ma'am, here's your face. Okay, I have to just dump everything out then. Cool. Where is your face? There it is. I do. I have a dart in her face. Okay, so I'm going to need to trace that onto those pieces and then stitch up that little dart there. I didn't include that in the embroidery file. Interesting. Okay, faces, come here. Did I punch holes? I did punch holes at least, so I can draw those dots. Flatten your face out. You go right there. I need a marker. Oh, good. Yes. Okay. I need those 3 dots. Those 3 dots will give her a little bit of a rounded shape. Instead of being flat like a pillow, it'll be a little bit more rounded. They'll just give her a little bit more face shape. There we go. Oh, it didn't bleed through. I was pretty sure that was going to. Okay, I think that is all of the pattern trick bits that I need to do now. Snips, scissors. You know, I should go get my finished hornet just so I can put her on my table. I'll be right back. There we go. Yay. I'm gonna have to immediately move her just so I can bring out the black fabric and cut it. But at least for now, I've got a little hornet showing off. Yay. Ah, pro streamer. Okay. Back to the sewing machine. Get her. Where did my stabilizer bit go? Oh. Okay, I'm gonna just grab a new one then. That works. And for that dart, Just going to stitch up from one dot to the next. There you go. Just adds a little bit of a point to her face. Dot right on the edge there. Up. Okay. There's that face. Yeah. There we go. Okay, there's my 3 hornet faces. Back of her face gets attached to the neck. Don't need to stitch them up. Hornet, you move over here. Owl bear, you. Put her faces up out of the way. The neck's for up out of the way. And black fabric. This all needs to be cut out. But here's a way and rotary wheel. Because I think most of these I should be able to just cut out fairly quickly with the rotary wheel. I'm just going to have a lot of black fluff everywhere. Go. Oops, I didn't cut all that one out. Big D&D and Hollow Knight? Yes. Nerd. Also 2 of my favorite things. Oops. I think I'm going to keep that little bit of black because that's large enough that I can probably get something out. I have a lot of little black scraps. The black is one of the most common colors I use, black and white. Also brown. I use a lot of brown. Lots of people just have brown characters. That's all garbage. Oops, that's all scrap. This one I'll definitely keep the extra from because it is almost all entirely extra. We're also going to find out how well I can count today. That I actually got all of the bits I need and I didn't forget some bodies or anything like that. Garbage. This whole piece is being kept. Throw that over. Oops, it's wrong bucket. Oh well. Now that is officially a brown. Another body. I like when I can make plushies in bulk, like, well, bulk as in 3 at a time kind of thing. Just because generally when I am doing multiple plushies of the same type at the same time, I can make them all a little bit faster. Like cutting out all the body parts for 3 goes faster than cutting out the body parts for 1, then 2, and then 3. So, if I can make the exact same thing multiple times, I will try and make multiple copies of it. There's a couple things like that that doesn't actually work, like the frogs, because each of the frogs has got, like, a lot of embroidery that goes into it, and that doesn't, like, go any slower, or that doesn't go any faster, when I am working on multiple. But in the case of, like, just cutting bits out and everything, it absolutely goes faster. If I'm working on a little, Beezy bat, 1 bat alone takes me about 2 hours, but if I make them and then, like, average the time out of a whole bunch of them, making them in bulk, I can make, like, a bat in an hour and a half. So I kinda split the difference and I price them as if it was, like, an hour, 45 minutes for each bat. Go, and then an arm. I'm not gonna keep any of this extra fabric. None of this is gonna be big enough to actually do anything with. This is the nice big long piece. Okay. For this, I'm going to cut it into smaller bits because it is quicker and easier to cut out the fabric if you can rotate it instead of rotating the rotary wheel here, the pizza cutter dude. If you can rotate the fabric, you get nice, smoother, and quicker cuts. So having a big giant piece of fabric does not help with that. Mm. Put your body parts up there. There's a tiny neck bit. I'm going to put the neck bits over with the back of her head because I think those are going to be the first parts I actually stitch together. this. Okay. A problem with having traced them out a while ago, forgetting which lines I'm actually supposed to cut on. I guess we'll find out if I've got too many of one kind of arm. Okay, time for the next bit. Here. It looks to be about halfway through. Leggy. Her legs look so incredibly long until like I actually stitch them onto like her head. Like body wise, she's like 50% leg at least. But then her leg and head are like the same size. So it kind of balances out. It just this looks so long to begin with. He has so much leg. Long spooter. Yes. So much leg. Okay, all her tiny little neck bits. When I was making the 3D model for the plushie, I was like, can I just do away with the neck entirely? Because it's just this tiny little fiddly piece. And so I was trying to do it without the neck and still have the cape around her, and it wasn't looking right. Like she needs an actual little neck just to like raise her head up out of the cape a little bit. Leggy. Extra there. So many little fuzzums. Whoops, I got there. Okay, a little bit more. And then I will count up all the bits. Leggy. 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 Whoop. Where did I put? Oh, it's empty. Okay. I'm gonna cut out these last three, then go get a drink, and then come back and count out and see if I've messed up and I'm missing it. I am failing at hydration. Or maybe I'm really good at it because I'm already ran out of it. Okay, there's all the bits. She is now covered in fluff. Get all the bits. Okay, give me 2-ish minutes. Go grab a new drink. I'll be right back. Continue working on her. Yeah. Okay, drink acquired. Yeah, if I get super focused into something, I will completely forget to eat and drink. I.e., today I haven't eaten yet, so oops. That's fine. I'll have dinner. It'll be great. Okay. Picking up the bits, seeing how many I've miscounted and forgotten. This is the back. This is also a back. This is a front. This is a front. This is the back. It's a front. Leggy. This is a front. Got a dot at the top, so it should be a front. These are her outside arm or inside arms. This is an outside arm. Leggy bits. Inside arm, leggy bit. Arm. Inside leggies. So many little leggies. This is an outside arm. Outside arm. Outside. Another leggy bit. Put that leggy bit on the wrong side. That leggy bit goes there. That leggy bit goes there. This is a belly. This is a back. The belly. An inside arm. Okay. 3 of each of the body bits. 3. 3. Hell yeah. Then 6 of each of the arms. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hell yeah. And 6 legs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hell yeah. I have passed basic kindergarten counting. Ha ha ha. I got all the bits. Oh, necks. Neck bits. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I've got 6 of them. Do I have the 6 in the right direction? Big part there, big part. There's one neck. 2 necks. Necks. Fantastic. I did all the right bits. Hell yeah. Okay, I'm going to put, I think, necks on the heads first. And after that, I'll come back and do, I think, the arms. I can put some legs on each side. Perfect. Workspace framed by leg. I need to cut the backs of these open. So this tiny little bit is where that neck has to attach. Just this itty bitty guy. And it needs to be snipped. because otherwise there's no way that I can attach the neck to it. It's just too much of a curve right there. Okay, and this is the front of her, so this is the piece I need. That's the piece I need. That's the piece I need. Okay. I need some pins for this. And I'm going to start at the bottom, line up those two corners, pull all of that black fluff off, then go to the other side, line that, get rid of some more black fluff. Not that it changes anything, there is still so much fluff. Then I've got little lines drawn on the neck and the head. I can make sure that those little lines line up. That one there, there. Then this last little bit gets another pin. Actually, ooh, I want the pins to all come from the white side. It's okay if the black side rolls because it is one solid piece. The white is got where the cuts are is got where the cuts are. Ooh, that was terrible grammar. The white side is where the cuts are. So I want it to be held in place better. And right 2 heads. I'll pull all those fuzzums off. We don't need them. They're extra fuzzums. There. Line up the lines. Here. Oh, that's 3 there. Then I can do these little snips. There's that. Oh, no, I need to do my tiny snips as well. Snip, tiny snip. There we go. These can get pinned together. That line up here. It just becomes really formulaic. I'm doing the exact same thing over and over all of them. Fluffs. Oops, I wanted to go through the white side, but I the black side on that. I don't know. And like lines. I don't know. Or there. Lines. One more here. Again. Not really at the edge. I put down like pretty much in the that chunk. There we go. Okay. All those bits there. Oh, cousins. Okay, I'm gonna go put necks onto all 6 of the face bits. This will still be in white, and then after that, I should be able to swap over to black because I think the rest of the bits are going to be black until I'm ready to actually sew like the front of her head to the back of her head. So the way I've got her, oh, that's my stabilizer. The way I've got her set up is that like I put together the right side and the left side separately, and then I combine them in the center seam and put her face in there because her face is not cut in half; it's like a solid bit. But like I do everything on the right, everything on the left except for the face, put them together, and then the face in. Um, so until I'm ready to combine the two halves, where I'm sewing the two top halves of her together, everything else in the body is going to be black. I think I want the black side up. Have my little pokey stick to help out. There, slightly larger stitch line. We're not doing darts. Good. There we go. There be her neck. Whew. Good too. Oh, well, you didn't stitch at all. What happened there, dude? Okay, well, let me repin you, I guess. That was uncool. Where'd your thread go? Are you all good? You have bobbin thread. You have top thread, despite the fact that you tried to eat it. Okay, you want to try sewing that one again? Look at you even did the stitches. Look at that. That's perfect. There's no thread. Why? Okay, you're stitching for real this time. Yeah. Okay. Being a jerk. Grumpy day. There we go. Two more. Okay. Then got a little close to the edge. I think I'm gonna go over that section just to make sure that it's not going to pop hole through those stitches there. Okay. There's the neck. The little neck. Okay, bring that back over to the table. The necks are eventually going to attach to the bodies, to the back of the body. Or, oh, I guess the front and back of the body. Okay, so the back of the body gets attached to the front of the body, and then that goes onto the entire neck. Okay, so I'm done with the backs of her head for now. Pile that somewhere else. I think I'm going to do her 6 arms next. After that, I can put the fronts and backs of her bodies, like the sides, right side together, left side together. That should be okay. Okay. Where did my water bottle go? There it is. Okay. I'm going to need to do the dart at the top of the arms first. I also did not mark where the joint for her arm goes, so I think I have to do that before I stitch it up, just to be sure that her arm is going to be attached in the same place on each arm. Okay, so I've got those. Darts for those ones. For these, where's the top? That's the top there. Okay. The pattern I made, I didn't like where the joint was. So I'm going to just redo it based on a measurement down. Where are my teddy bear joints? Here we go. So teddy bear joints. On. They need to be a 1/4 inch from the seam. Oh, that's where the dot is. Fantastic. Okay, my dot is a 1/4 inch. So they need to go at the dot and then down. I need a silver Sharpie that is not going to explode and be gross all over me. Here. Let's see. There we go. Oh, well, I'm going to use that one because it's covered in goop. Okay. Those are the fronts there. I'm going to do the 6 darts and then I'll come back over and I think I'm going to pin the top and bottom together. Just like 3 pins at the top, 3 at the bottom, just to ensure that they stay where they're supposed. And I'm going to need my black thread for this, which I am running low on black thread. I need to get more black thread. That will be a tomorrow. I can get this thread at Michael's. So, yay, local crafty store that carries thread for me. But I'll have to take a trip specifically there to grab a spool of black. I like to have a duplicate before I run out just because I know that I use so much thread. And I really don't want to run out in like the middle of a project and have to like go find it in the middle of something. I'd rather have an extra ready to go. So anytime I get low on a color, I try and grab a new one before I run out, which was a lot easier when Joann's existed. Oops, I left the white in the bobbin. We're gonna take that out. I need black on both sides of the fabric. Go to 3. Four. Five. And 6. Okay, there's my 6 outside bits of the arms. Flip back over here. These are going to be my right arms. These are going to be my left arms. And that does actually matter because I want to be able to. Oh, I need to put the bits on her inside arm as well. Ha ha ha. Okay. Inside arms, I can't do that until I have my elastic. I totally forgot that step because I did that at the very end of her because I wasn't sure how to attach it. I left it to the end. I do actually want the elastic in her arm before I start sewing it. Or, no, I'm going to sew the arm together and then I'm going to put the elastic in. But I want to draw the lines for it first. Yes. Marker. Okay. Ooh, why are you so gross? Ugh. Okay. You're going to be a disgusting marker. Good. Wonderful. I think it was a inch up or 3/4 up. Yeah. Okay, so 3/4 of an inch up. I need to add these little dots to the actual pattern. And then how far up did I go? Oop, let me put the marker down so I'm not accidentally drawing on 1/2 inch up. I'm putting the dashed lines on both the right and left arms because I'm bad at figuring out the which way it flips. So one of these is going to be for right arm, one of them is going to be left arm. I don't know which one right now. I could figure it out, or I could just draw the lines on everything and figure it out once it's made. No, it's totally fine. Extra lines. This is all in the seam allowance. It's not going to bleed through to the front. So there. Now I can flip these little dudes. And we're going to pin everything in place. That right there. It's just something about it being inside out and like flipping it that like my brain does not handle. So I'm going to have lines on both sides, then I'll actually flip it and figure out which one it needs to be on. And then I'll put the little bits of elastic in. Okay. So I'm just pinning the tops and the bottoms, and then I'm going to put one pin on the left hand side of the left, or one, I guess, the bottom row of arms, whichever they end up being, right or left. And then I'll put one line of dots on the other side arms on the right, or one pin on the right, so that I know where to leave the stuffing hole. Because some of these arms are going to be on her right side, some of them are going to be on her left, but I want the hole where I stuff it to be on the back of both of them. I don't want to be stuffing through the front of one of her arms and then like hand sewing that. Because while I aim to have like the nice, neat little stitches that are completely hidden in the fur and everything, machines can do a lot more even and tiny stitch than I can by hand. So my hand stitches do stand out a little bit, and I want to make sure that they are hidden in the back. It's also why a lot of my stuffed animals, like the owl bear here, is going to be stuffed through the back of the head. A lot of them I end up stuffing through the butt because like that's the least important part of the plushie. Like that's not the part that people are usually looking at like the face or the front of it. So I don't want to have all the hand stitching right there in the front and center. I want to hide it like where the plushie is sitting or behind the plushie, something like that. So I want to be able to stuff the back of her arms instead of the front of some of her dots. Okay, so that there, and I'm going to use my big yellow pin. This is the don't stitch right there because that's where you stuff it. Don't stitch right there. And there. That's just going to be where the stitching hole is. There. There. That's there we go. Whew. Um, oops, oops. Oh, only pinned one side of that fabric. There. Okay. These yellow pins are going to go on the right hand side. I think I need to flip those ones over. That would be all. Yellow pin. I need one more of you. One more. Okay, so I want to be sewing around that way. Yep. So, okay, I'm going to flip these guys around just based on the direction I'm going to be sewing on them. I want the pins to go in the opposite direction so that I can start and not hit that little yellow dude. I think that's what I want. Okay. Now I can go back to my machine and get those stitched. Woo! And I don't need my stabilizer bits for this because I'm not starting on the edge of the fabric. Sewing right along the edge there. Yes, okay. So essentially I want the stuffing hole to be about the length of the pin. So I'm starting right at the bottom of the yellow pin. And I'm just going to stitch around. And I need my pokey stick for this. And then when I get back to the head of the yellow pin, I will just stop there. Great. Good. I'll hold you in place. Out. Right there. And back. Fantastic. Well, I can't take it out right now because the foot's away, but there we go. There's my stuffing hole. Ouch. Ah, fucked up shoulder in it. And there. Yeah, you're supposed to go backwards. There we go. There's my second arm. Well, don't roll under. That's uncool. There's a third one. And now this one, I'm going to rotate around and we're going in the opposite direction around it so that the stuffing hole is still in the back. Going right there. There we go. Another arm. Whew. Woo. Points right there. First. Cool. And one more arm. Okay, that is all 6 of the arms. Yay. I think I'm going to set them aside. I think I'm going to set these aside and do the elastic and the little bits later, before I attach them, because I'm really just feeling the bodies right now. So I want to get them done. There we go. So these guys have darts up top. I have to do all of those darts. That's 12 different little darts. Where is scissors? Doing a tiny little snip here. This is just the center of my dart. They'll help me when I go to flip it. After I get these darts, I will attach the leg to each side. And then after that, I can stitch up the sides. So each one will get a, well, it goes this way. Each one will get a leg on it, and then they'll get stitched together to make the right and left sides. I can stitch up. I have to leave a little hole right where the dart is because that's where the arm's going to attach. And then after that, I can put on the necks to the tops there. How long have about 3.5 hours? Okay, I'm gonna swap out my microphone for a new one so it doesn't die. I'll be right back. Okay, I think I'm back. Yes. Okay, darts on everything. So many darts. This entire edge is just used. Let me swap cameras and then get rid of that. Okay. Now I can fold this right on that little snip I made in the center of the dart. And then I'm going to just stitch from one part of the line to the next and back. Stitch to be a little bit shorter. No, don't do that. I'm just trying to pull the foot pedal towards you. There we go. One dart. There we go. Two. This is number 3. So this is kind of part of the reason that it goes faster when I can do multiple bits, in that I'm just doing the exact same thing over and over and over. I don't really have to move or set up for the next thing as frequently. Go backward. It's just a little bit quicker. Whew. It's not the most entertaining content or whatever, but it does get them done quicker. Really? You're gonna snarl up? That definitely sounded like a knock. You good? I have to check that underneath there. Hard. Yeah, that's a big chunky snarl. You're still good? Okay. Stitches are still held in place, and that's what's important. Bernard's just trying to eat his thread. I haven't fed him any fabric today, so he wants to eat thread instead. That one. And this one. Okay, two more. And then I can do all the leggy bits. And one more. Okay. Ah, that is all of my little darts. Coming back over to here. I am going to be pinning the legs in place just because I'm again going around a curve against a straight line, well, mostly straight line. So I want to make sure that that is actually going to line up properly. So this all does get pinned. So I'm going to just stand here and pin for a bit. Ooh, I might have to do a couple little snips along this edge. I don't remember doing that the last time, but yeah, the snips helped. Okay. Necessary snips. Whoop. One more there. I'm thinking I might flip that one. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Leggy bit. I'm going to do some tiny snips along the edge here before I pin it in place. One there, one here. Here. Oof. And third one. Originally, when I made this pattern, the front and back leg were very slightly different. So I had, instead of like 6 of each, or I guess 2 of each side, or 6 if I'm making 3 at the same time. Instead of doing 2 of each side, I had like one front, one back, and then reversed one front, one back. But I kind of simplified the pattern. I kind of took the average of the front and back legs because the difference was just this curve up the top. So I took the average of the two of them and made them the same on both sides so that now I just have one leg pattern piece instead of front and back. Just makes it a little bit easier to connect them. And then I put a little registration mark, a little dot or a line on one side of the body to just make sure that the leg gets attached to the right side. Those three there. Ooh. Ooh. Go. Oh, so many fun. One more here. And one more here. One more here. Ooh. Four. Okay. That's the first six. Whew. I think I'm gonna snip each of these and then sew on the or stitch. Sew, stitch, pin on the rest. And one more. Oops. This goes this way. Here we go. And 4 more. Woo! Huh. This is so many leg. She is working up a lot faster than I thought she was going to. I feel like the first time she took longer than this. I could be wrong based on just the fact that I'm doing 3 at once right now, and I didn't have to cut any of the fabric out today. It was already pre-cut, but I feel like she's moving faster than I thought she was. Like, we're not even at 4 p.m. and I'm already, like, half done with her body. That's good. I would love if I could get all of these done today. Do the flat stage of unstuffed. I will not be attaching the arms to the bodies just because I want to be able to wash them, and like the black doesn't actually need to be washed, just the white does. But I need to attach the face to the neck before I wash it, otherwise my little lines will go away and I need those lines. Um so I have to do that first. But I don't have to attach the arms because the arms in black have Sharpie on them, and the Sharpie doesn't come off in the wash. So it's all gonna be fine on the inside there. Uh, so I'd rather not wash the arms if I don't have to. I will leave them off so that they don't get wet, they don't get washed, and then I can put the little connectors and everything on them while everything else is being uh, soaked and cleaned. Perfect. Okay. There are all of my leg bits, all 12 of them. Now I just go back over and I stitch them. It's just very repetitive at this point. I am going to use the stabilizer just to get that edge started. That way I can start stitching right at the edge. That was really cool. I could do what quilters do, where they just piece things together. So as soon as you're done sewing one, you just shove it to the back and then you start the next one in there, like without cutting the thread or anything. I don't know if I'm that cool. Body. Ah, pin. There we go. There's a body. All good? Okay. Ugh. Okay. Next. Nice. This is number 6, so halfway point. This is number 7. Feet. Ah, you didn't cut your thread. Rude. This is number 9. Hey, that time you cut. Thank you, Bernard. And and there's 11. And 12. Okay, there are all of my bodies, all of my half bodies. Now I get to pile them on top of each other and kind of pin them in place. One, two, one, two, three, three, and oops, that one's upside down. 1, 2, and 3. Okay. Which bits attach together now? This is my center line. 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 Okay. So they attach together like this and like this. Right? Yes. This is my center. Okay. So they actually go together like this. Yes. And this. So the two darts should be together, and only one of the sides actually has that dot on the neck because that's an alignment dot for the neck. Pin this right here. I'm going to again be doing a lot of pinning for these because I want to make sure that everything lines up. I don't know if I need an extra. I might put one there just in case. And pin those two where they're supposed to be. I'm putting 3 at the bottom of the leg, but I'm not doing anything else along the leg because that's just a very long straight piece. I'm putting 3 at the bottom just because that is the tiny little turn there to hold it all down. And then I'm coming back up to the middle of her crotch and putting a pin there. Sorry, lady. There we go. So that's one half of her body. And goes. Next one is going to be at that dot. Make sure both of them line up. And that seam be like right at her hip. I'm going to put the one more in between just to keep that curve curved. And I go down to the bottom of her leg where it gets 3 again. Just to keep that curve together. And then one more right up in the center. Oop, don't do that. There. Same here. And then down to this seam. Hello, Panda. Ah, hello, Amelia. I'm doing well. I'm really trying to get these 3 ladies done today. Um, I'm making pretty good progress. I'm feeling good about it. So, yeah. How are you doing? Okay, that's 3 sides there. And then these sides, I'm going to be doing the exact same thing on these 3. You're okay, you think? Doesn't sound very certain. Yeah. And then again down to the tipsy toes. Ah, just late night. Yeah, I get that too. Normally, that's when I go and get a bowl of ice cream. Be like, nope, I'm not doing this. I'm eating ice cream instead because I am an adult and I am allowed to regulate emotions with cold snacks. Little dot there, right there. Here. Oh, mm, oh, that one still got some stabilizer paper in it. Oops. That might be depressing. Oh, that's totally fine. Like, if you built an entire human being, you are entitled to be a little bit mopey about it. That is totally allowable. I hope it's getting better though, and that you can work through it and get back to regular feelings because it sucks not being yourself, not being who you want to be in your head, but totally understandable and acceptable. One more pin. Okay. There's my body bits. I like how this has gone from now 24 bits down to 6. Or I guess technically still 12. Was it? Wait, 8. Yeah, 24 bits down to I've got 6 bits that I'm going to stitch them together. So just dropping the number very quickly. Okay, gonna go stitch them together. On these ones, I'm going to start at this top part before the dart, and then I'm going to jump and leave a little hole right there because that's where the arm is going to attach. So I'm going to just basically stitch to the dart and then stop. And I'm going to do that for all 6 bits. Woo. Yeah, let me just shred that up. I'm going to do that little tiny bit in all 6 of them, and then I'm going to go back and start from the midpoint and go up to that dart. That'll give me the ability to kind of see as I'm approaching it because it'll be uh, in front of the foot rather than behind it. Put you right there. That's 2 down. Three down. Ooh, don't get caught on things. Uncool. Release. And number 6. Okay. Oops. There we go. So that's just that top section. Now I'm going to go back and I'm going to start in the middle here and go all the way around so that when I'm coming back up to that dart, I'm approaching it in this direction and I can stop when that dart touches like the front of the foot. If I was going from the other direction, I would have to like put underneath here and then try and figure out where the dart is behind the foot. So I want it in front of the foot. Flatten that bit down. Come on, flatten down, I said. We be flattening. Good. Okay. And then going up the other side. Probably rip that off. Don't need that stabilizer on there now. It's up. Probably make my stitches actually a little bit longer. Not a dart. Push that stuff flat. And then this is where I'm approaching that dart arm. I'm going to just come up to here. And then a little bit further there. And then I'm going to go backwards. And there we go. I've basically left a hole about that big. About that big in the arm. And that's where the arm is actually going to attach. Okay, there's one half of her. Now I can attach the neck up top and the other half of her head, or like the back half of her head. Woo! Flatten you out. Put you. Nope, don't do that. Not yet. Now you can sit. Okay. Okay. Going around there. Oh, that little blue one is in the way. Gonna remove that pin. Just straighten this back out. Come on. Go around her little foot there. Here's a foot. Whoops, clip that pin, which is the reason you don't run them over. You go there and back. I want to check the bottom of her foot. Yeah, that's still good. Okay. It wasn't super round feeling when I was stitching it, but it turned out just fine. There's all that little paper bits in her. There's her second half. Okay, next up is her third half. Just lay flat for me. Be real cool. Move that paper just so it's not flying around. There. And stitch forward. There you go. Flatten that bit out. One over there. around her little hip curve. Over just a little bit, and then we're going to go up to where her arm is and back. Okay, that is 3 of the 6. The stabilizer bits. And then here, and flatten everything in. And going down that leg. Pause right there so I can tear the paper away. Close enough. Flatten that out. And oops, the underside didn't flatten. Okay, both sides now flat. Good. Flatten you out there around your hip. Up the waist and to shoulder. Okay. Ah, I punched Bernard. Sorry about that, dude. And get rid of that extra paper bits. Next up, this is the second to last. And around that. Okay, I'm gonna have to check the bottom of that foot as well, just to make sure that I caught that underside fabric. Flatten both sides there. Cool. Up and around. Oops, I clipped that pin. A little bit there. Ah, the bottom of her leg's fine. Perfect. Oops, we don't need that paper. one more. There. For that pin. Straighten out that leg. Hold place. Off because that's going to be annoying otherwise. Come on. And line that there. Your hip, around your waist, your shoulder. Hey, okay. That is all 6 halves. Yay. Now I can go back to the table and I need to get those. Need to get those attached to her necks. There are just so many fuzzums. Just so many fuzzums everywhere. It's all good. So fuzzy. Okay. This one has the little line on the right. This one has the little line on the right. The line on the right. So these must be the 3 on the left. Yes, there's a dot on that one. Dot and line on that one. And line on that one. Perfect. Okay. This one has the 2 lines to the right. So it comes over here with these 2. This one's on the left. The right. The left. The left. And the right. Fantastic. Okay. So pinning these together. Oh no, I'm going to have to get my other pins. That. There's that. Okay. Oof. This one. There we go. Okay. Ugh. Okay, there's two. I need to get more pins because I have run out. Well, I have one last pin. So, not enough to go around another body. I'm doing about 5 pins in each of these necks. Oh. Okay, there's 3 all pinned. Woo! I'm gonna take a little pause. I need to go figure out where I put my water bottle. There it is. Just dropped off to the side there. Okay. Okay, 3 more necks. Somebody sent me an email. What? An email? For what? Hang on. Go check that in a second. It's probably gonna just be junk. They're telling me that they updated something on WordPress because I get those daily. It's so annoying. Okay, there's 5 there. I'm actually email me, so that's not what I was waiting for. Rats. Okay. One more neck. More pins. Okay, I'm going to go back and sew those necks up. Just another small little bit. After that, I'll be able to actually stitch the 6 bys into the 3 bodies for her. And that will require doing Persial white thread, mostly black, but Persial white for her face. After that, I will then put the faces on. And that's pretty much everything I'm going to be doing today. So, yay! I think I'm making good progress for today. Hell yeah. Let me flatten that out just right there. Need my pokey stick. Oop. Okay, 1/2. Paper, get back here. This one. Flatten that out for me. There's a second bit. Oh man. He's actually becoming Hornet. Not just a pile of fabric. There's 3. Oop. Hang on. Don't fold under. I want you to be flat. I'm going to actually have to take that pin out because I did not pin it very well. There we go. There's the 4th. Yay. The 5th. Okay. And 6th. Oh, bobbin's running low. Okay, give me a second. Actually, I'm going to go back and pin these guys and fill that bobbin after they are all pinned together. Woo! 6 halves. Okay, so these are my 3 halves and my 3 opposite halves. This half I'm going to be flipping right side out. There we go. And basically stuffing her one leg down her other leg. Oh yeah. Totally not weird at all. But I need her to be half and half. So I just kind of put the good sides together, and in order to get that leg out of the way, I put it down her other leg. So there she is, turned inside out halfway. She is very long and skinny. This one is also going to be flipped. Then I'm going to do the same thing where I shove her leg down her other leg. There we go. Then this one. Okay. Then pinning everything together. Ow, stab. There we go. Going to pin right here. This is the front. This is her chin area. So this all gets stitched. However, because she is so long and skinny and she has such a skinny little neck, I'm actually going to leave a gap in her back, like in her butt area, so that I can stuff her legs, and then also leave a gap in the top of her head so I can stuff her horns. I'm going to take one of my yellow pins and just put it right in here as a reminder. Leave that gap open so that I can actually stuff her. And I'm going to leave this part unpinned for now, just because I need white thread for that. I'm doing just the black part first. Although I will be doing just this little bit of her chin with the black, because it gets so tiny right here, it's not going to really be seen. Get such a small little chin part on the underside there. Which might be something I change on the pattern, but I also kind of like the way it looks. It's a little bit complicated. It's a very like small, finicky area, but I like the way it looks. So I have to decide if it's worth uh, changing it just to make it slightly easier to sew. And this is her front. This is going to be the stuffing hole. Yellow needle. I'm going to put one more right there. There we go. There's the second hornet. Two hornet. Okay, one more. One more right here, and that's her chin, so the front part is going to be all pinned up. And then over here, I need another yellow pin. Oops. Well, first two blue pins to kind of hold this section together. Right here. And then a yellow pin here. Because this is where that stuffing hole is going to be. And two more. Okay, there's the three hornets. Those are all the black parts. She does need the white part in her face still. That's fine. I need a change my black thread. Yeah, okay. That was actually very, very low. So I will allow that. Ugh. I'm definitely gonna have to get some more black thread this weekend. I'm running so low on black thread. Don't take a second. Cool. Okay. There's a new bobbin. Okay. And take these three over now. Gonna get her all stitched up. Just the black part. They'll come back into your face afterwards. And I'm going to start on her chin. I can get rid of the warning about my bobbin because I have refilled it. Okay, leg. Look at this little leg that she's just flailing about with. I'm going to take those two out. I am actually going to take pins out as I go around because otherwise I will stab myself something fierce on these. Ow, ow, ow. This is a little fiddly part. Her leg really wants to be in the way. Pokey stick, I think. Okay, and then flatten out this seam, one to each side. Looks good on the other side. Okay. So the 1/4 inch foot is the narrowest foot I have. Ow. And it's still very, very fiddly here. Ah! Stop. Stop hitting me. Ah! So many pins. The stabbings. Ow. Oh my goodness. I think that rolled underneath. I'm going to have to come back and check the underside. Right here. You got it? Good. Okay, and then to that dot, I can reverse some. And then I'm actually going to be cutting and going to the other side of the pin so I can check the underside right now. Yeah, see, I missed that area. Okay. So let me flip this over and go back the other direction. Try get there. I don't want her to have a hole. That would not be great. Lay flat. Good. And then off from there. Okay. Ugh. It's just such a tiny little fiddly bit right there. And I can take away the yellow pin because I have used it as a reminder. And now I can go up, and this part is much easier, especially in comparison to the little in between her leg crotch area. Oh, nice and fast. And I'm going to go right up to the white and then back. I'm not doing the rest of the white because I'm going to use white thread for that. So there we go. Pull right there so that I can flip her. Yeah. Whew. And I flip her leg out of the way now, just to make it look a little bit more like Hornet. Mm-hmm. There we go. She's got her legs, she's got the back of her head. Nice. I'm gonna toss that back over onto the wonderful. More stitches. Okay, that's her chin. And then down there, right to the front of her. Nothing is rolled underneath. Then I need to flatten this part out again. Going around the legs. That tough little area. Pokey stick. Flat. So many little layers and bits and everything happening right here. I think I got all the layers. Hell yeah. Let me get those pins out of the way. I think I got it all. Hey. I did. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Then we're going to start at that spot. Oh no, I didn't put a pin there? Whoops. Okay, well, I'm going to just kind of hold it together. Because that is right where the black and white touch. So I really want to make sure that seam looks good. There we go. I'm gonna back over the hill. 2 down, 1 to go. Starting with the white chin again. Those pins as I go because I stab myself. Oh, you're rolling under already? That's not great. Okay, so actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to finish right here. I'm going to cut that thread and I'm going to go check the other side because that should not have been rolling. Okay, it's all good. It did catch it, so that's the important part. Oof, pull that thread back up. Too much to trim off. Stabbing myself. There. Ugh, let me flatten you. No, pin. Flatten that there. Flatten this here. Good. I have to check that one well. Mm, that pin out. Okay, yeah, cool. That's fine. That's totally fine. You're not gonna cut your thread? Come on, dude. Dude, what is this? We don't like this. Good. I did get both sides. Good. Phew. Okay. That's it for the black thread. Very cool. Now I can swap over to white. I'm probably gonna have to refill that. That does not look like it's gonna be enough to go around all the bits of her. We'll see. Maybe it'll be just enough. And white. I do have plenty of white threads. That's not a concern. It's just the black that I'm running super low on. Oh, come on, dude. Really? Come on, dude. Can you go underneath there for me? No, we're not doing that right now. Come on, dude. There we go. You good? You happy? Okay. Oops. No fuzzums. We don't need the fuzzums. Okay. And then for the white, this is just going to be this bit right here. And leaving a small bit at the bottom of the white here. Because that's where I will flip her. Well, I will stuff her head through. So there's the back of her. Let me take the other two back over. Whoop. Throw them on the ground. Sorry, dude. Once I get this white section, then I can take her back and pin her face in place. About 5 o'clock now. I'm hopefully going to be done in the next hour. That would be very cool. Which is earlier than I was expecting to finish. I was thinking I'd be streaming for like another 2 hours today, but if I finish a little bit before that, I'm not going to start a new project. I'm still uncertain if I want to stream on Sunday or not. If I do, I will be making frogs. So many frogs. It will just be an all day frog sort of thing. Actually, what I might do is if I stream on Sunday, I might do it just no microphone. I'll just put on, I don't know, frog music. I don't know what frog music is, but I'll find something that's frog music and I'll just kind of work silently, I guess. That will totally depend on how I'm feeling on Sunday, though, if I actually want to stream or not. Also, will depend on what the husband is doing, if he has to do any of his work on Sunday. Right now, he's kind of busy, so he's got a bunch of stuff that he's been bringing home to do, which not great. Shouldn't bring home work from work, but also needs to be done because the school semester has just started, and these are important things to be done. Okay, she's got so much black. Like she's going from like, hang on, let me. She's going from like gray. I swapped. Oh. She's going from like gray all the way up to white just because of the fuzzums that I'm collecting off of her. Like that is a lot of of lint there. That is so much black fluff. She will definitely be getting a brushing before she's finished, but oh my goodness. Girl. Craft room is definitely going to need a vacuuming this weekend. Okay, chin. That gets pinned right here. I have there. Okay, I'm going to connect all of the little points first, all the little lines that I've drawn on there. Pin those in place to make sure that everything is aligned properly. And then after that, I will go back and add just a couple more along the straight lines there. And this one goes right here. Okay, so that's all of the points. That's all of the points that are marked. I still need a couple more in between, probably around this bomb curve and right up at the tips of her horns. There. And one more. Then the other horn. So this is just like at the bottoms of her feet where I put 3 around the curve just to keep the curve. Okay, there we go. So I've got 3 along the bottom curve and 3 along the top 2 curves. I think that's going to be enough. I'll just put her right there. And I'm going to do the exact same thing for the other 2. Just connect all those points and then go back and add a couple more pins on each side of them. This one here. Another one right here. Then I've got a couple of lines in the back where the top of her horn connects. One more here. And then a couple more around the curves. Two more. Or I guess one more here, then 2 more on the other side. Oop. There we go. There's a second hornet. And here's my third. Come on, chin. Girl. Goes there. Point there. Then right here. Okay, a couple more around the curves. Woo. Oops, I forgot that one. Ah. Okay, there's the three faces. They're pinned together. They need to get stitched up. Woo! And that's, I think, all that I'm doing for her today. After that, I'm done. I have all of her arms here. I do need to still put the elastic on them. But I need to figure out which ones get those first. I don't remember. But so I need to flip one of those and figure out if it's the front or back. And then put the elastic and the little peggy bits on them. But I think I'm going to wait to do that until I'm ready to attach it to her body. Because it's just two bits that like snap together. So if I put it in the arm, it won't actually be held in the arm until it's snapped onto the body. So I have to wash the body and then snap the two of them together. So I'm not going to punch the holes or put any of those little teddy bear joints in there until she's washed. The capes are done. Out in the other room, they're done. Arms are waiting. Yeah, I think I'm gonna be done after I get these heads together. So hey, that's pretty cool. It's quicker than I thought it was gonna be. Neat. I'm gonna say this is what, another half hour ish of work, and then that will be the end of my stream for today. Woo! Yay! Bring her over here. I'm gonna just move the other two out of the way for now. And I don't really think she needs to have a specific direction up or down, or doesn't really matter where I begin. So I'm going to just put her in here on that horn. And then grab my little pokey stick and go. There, corner there, around. right there. Get her neck out of the way. This is another one of those fiddly bits where there's a lot of seams and a lot of things happening all at once. That's kind of where I was thinking maybe extending her face out a little bit more to give more chin space. I don't know if I'm gonna like the look, but it would make that little bit easier to sew. And 5 hours down to New York. Ooh, like the city, New York, or New York, the state. Either way, oof. Enjoy that ride. That's gonna be fun. Yay! One Hornet. Woo! Visiting family in New York City. Okay. Have fun with that. Yeah, it's a very long trip. I've done that a couple of times. Not that direction. I've gone west. But yeah, that's a trip. Have fun with family though. And going right there. Woo! Right to that seam, and then I can lay that one flat, go to the next seam, up this horn. And around. Around here. Oop, a blue pen. Don't be doing that. Almost. So close there. There we go. There's a second. Yay. That is 2 hornets. And 1 final hornet. Whoop. I didn't think this was going to take me the full half hour I thought it was. Head sewing up. And around that edge. Where's all this extra thread from? What is this? I don't need that. So much extra thread. No. There. Okay, that's my third. Got all the pins out of her. Fantastic. I'm not actually going to flip her inside out right now because when I wash her, I want to make sure that all of that orange is gone. So I'm going to leave her inside out, which means I'm done with what I'm doing today. I have got, oh, that looks creepy. Okay, hang on. I have to slightly move her apart. There we go. That's slightly less creepy. Okay. So I'm done with her for today. I'm going to end my stream here, I guess. Go find somebody to raid. I may or may not be back on Sunday. If I am back on Sunday, it will be to make frogs. So I guess I can go. Whoops, well, you are super hit. Frog. That'll be my next stream. If I'm streaming on Sunday. If not, I will be making frogs, but off stream. Let's see. Who is streaming now that I raid to? I think we're gonna go see another crafter person. Who is making a fursuit head. I think it looks like a fursuit head. So we're going to go to Mouse Mischief, Cool Beans, and I will be back maybe on Sunday. If not, I will definitely be back on Monday or Tuesday, depending on how I'm feeling and how much I get done on Sunday. So yeah, Monday or Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I will not be streaming Friday next week because that will be the Granite State Comic Con that I have to go and actually sell things at. So thanks for being here, and I'll catch you whenever I catch you next. Thanks, guys.